Hey, hey.
Hey, how's it going?
So, while we wait for people, we might also just create an intermission screen for our stream.
Yeah, I could see that. We're good. That's also what do you mean intermission screen?
Do you know, whenever people, like other streamers, they like to, when they leave the room or do something, they just,
Ah,
this 30 seconds that we have at the beginning, we
mhm,
could put something there. Um,
yeah.
I'm playing with Bing at the moment. Of trying to see what I can come up with, but it's always with people and some gibberish text on it. So
Yeah.
yeah, and could play around with that a little bit while we're waiting for people to show up. Oh hey, Freeman, how's it going?
We can bring up the chat. Yeah, it'll be an interesting kind of stream today where we're going to try and fine tune some models. The alternatives for the stream today were to port a model into the vector engine. Given the news, maybe not the right time to focus on that so much. Um, Kind of a shame given the hardware that we have. But yeah, maybe later. I think the more kind of interesting thing to do right now is, try to jump on the bandwagon of the language models. Mainly because, just how people kind of have this idea of like privacy to, your own computer data. I'm actually kind of starting to worry about like the privacy implications of your own chatbot kind of thing, right? Like I can ask ChatGPT a whole lot of stupid stuff, mainly because I'm interested in knowing things and having that, um, like that information possibly go into a training data set that it will then later on regurgitate might be a very big problem, right? And when it comes to like software, oh man, like software companies where there's a lot of like product names or what is it, code words, yeah, like code words, you might be able to eventually get like look for stuff based off of code words and then use that to kind of get the prompt to spill some information that it shouldn't really have. So yeah, lots of places are really they're like locking down to their customers until they can get a solution that they can deploy locally. So I want to try serving that niche. I think that's I mean it's not just a important thing for those kind of companies. I think it's important for a lot of people. Um, not everyone has the freedom to send information off to another company. So I can think of like doctors that can't do that, right? Doctors are some of the people who could totally um, benefit from having a large language model to help them diagnose really rare combinations of stuff, right? It's not going to, of course, they can't expect to get the answers, but I do think that it's helpful. And there's like a guy who said his dog was saved by ChatGPT, and that's the kind of example that we're talking about. But that stuff has to be able to run locally. So yeah, like how given what we have today and the resources, and we have an 80 gig A100 that we can use. How close can we get to ChatGPT locally, and like can we fine tune it to make it more useful to our own use cases, and those kind of things are the things I want to experiment with today and see if going through circuits for that might help in other ways, like make it so that people can easily fine tune their own language models to their use cases. So yeah, interested to kind of see how that goes. I can kind of hear an echo, so I'm going to switch to my headphones.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying also while you were explaining what's going on to get rid of the bot. I guess something like that.
Now we need to add like it freezes here. Not sure if you can moderate the spam coming in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was moderating it in the other streams, but he's a bit later today.
Let me try and get to it. That should be.
I mean, I've got it moderated now.
My kids have stolen my iPads. I have no other iPads. And also my Blue Yeti microphone is not. Oops, sorry about that. It's not responding right now.
Are you sure? Like it made a lot of noise just now.
Yeah, that's because I hit my phone with it. So I'm like using my phone as a boom microphone type of thing.
I mean, that works surprisingly well then.
Yeah, it's good, but it's going to run out of battery really soon. So I need to plug it in.
I see.
Yeah. Give me a second while I figure out the cable situation. That is always a situation in my backpack. Okay, that's the right one.
Interesting. Apparently, Twitch is really good at banning bots. Premium says that they've processed the report and banned the bot just now.
Oh, interesting. Well, that's going to be...
Okay, I'm going to mute you for a second because it hurts my ears. Hey, you're muted. You can't say anything. Just give us a thumbs up when you're done. Okay, great. Now you're unmuted.
Okay. And now you still hear me?
Yeah, I still hear you.
Okay, cool.
It's like the beginning of every phone call ever on the internet. Do you hear me? No, I don't hear you. Do you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah, that it's actually that's something to maybe try in a language model. I guess the language model wouldn't have it unless it was like trained on calls or something like that. But yeah, that also reminds me. One problem with Whisper, I've heard, is that it's really good at speech to text, but it has a kind of flaw because it was trained on YouTube. It has a particular affinity for saying like and subscribe. But not necessarily for the reason you might think. Like it's trained automatically on closed captions that were provided by the authors. And it turns out that a lot of authors put please like and subscribe at the end when they're not saying anything.
Interesting.
And so, yeah, it just, when it hears some kind of noise, it will sometimes randomly put up like and subscribe. Because that's what people were doing. And so it now thinks that like and subscribe is just it's highly correlated with random noise, which I thought was very funny. But yeah, it's it's a weird interplay because you have these people are doing this stuff because of the YouTube algorithm, and then you're training something based off of that stuff. And so it is also going to get heavily affected by the algorithm. And yeah, that's why people just say like and subscribe all the time.
Interesting. Let me do a fun thing.
What kind of fun thing?
Yay, we have now a background.
Oh, wow.
That's
a pretty cool looking
created by the Microsoft image generator. So essentially a DALL-E 2 kind of thing. It's like an abstract processor going everywhere. I mean, it looks nice enough. I would actually hang that as a picture.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. Okay. So There's a few people around, probably not too many. They're asking me to do one thing at work that I'll try and finish up real quick, and then we can get started. So the model that we're going to try today. Oh, I'm kind of hearing myself. Am I
Do you
hearing it?
have like the Twitch stream open somewhere? And
Nope. I should turn off my speakers. But I have the feeling I'm hearing it from your headphones because they're open headphones.
you shouldn't. Like, let's see. If you hear it, then you should be hearing music now.
Yeah, I guess not. Hold on, then that's really weird. But anyway, so the model that we're going to try to fine tune today is a really interesting one, right? So I think fine tuning transformers is like super simple, and that's easy now. You can just like clone a GitHub repository and just do that. And I'm not saying that we're not going to clone a GitHub repository and do that, but we're going to do it in Xircuits, so that's like a little bit interesting. But the model that we're going to try is one that I've been really interested in for a while, called RWKV. And it's a model that is, it's a recurrent neural network. So it has, some interesting capabilities. It means that it has an infinite context length, essentially, because the current thing is just going to kind of keep the state every step of the way into its own internal vectors. And it's, like pretty easy to run. Like there's a way to stream the outputs. You don't need a really, really big kind of like matrix multiplication of which half you ignore, right? Essentially. So, that could be really cool. And yeah, like back in the day when I was doing this stuff, almost a full-time, recurrent neural networks was the way to go. And that was everything, that was what I was doing, right? LSTMs, bidirectional LSTMs, and things like that. And the, interesting ideas and stuff that I've gotten from that time, right? Of like how to speed up the training of recurrent neural networks by like ordering things by their length and stuff like that. And doing things like bidirectional LSTMs as a way to make them better, and those kind of tricks are interesting things that I would like to revisit if we can. So yeah, interested in kind of going into that stuff today and just seeing how well or how not well it works. The great thing about it is that it is pretty good. Like it can hold its own to transformer models. And there's a website that's showing what it can do when it's trained on like fine-tuned on the alpaca thing. I'll bring that up right now if I can find my tab. Where did I put that thing? I have so many windows. Okay. Oh man, I gotta open it again. 1 sec. And also share my screen. So many things to do. Okay, I think I shared it in our internal Vecto channel, right?
I think so. If you need to, I can share the link. I mean, I'll share the link with everyone anyway.
Yeah.
So if you want to try it out, play a bit with it. It's I mean, it is a small model. So in this case, they're using the model with 7 billion parameters. And it's also kind of the first fine-tuning on Alpaca, as far as I know. And that means that, for what it is, like this is a model that runs on consumer-grade hardware, if you want. and not even the expensive consumer grade hardware, but actually like you don't need a 3090 or 4090 to run that. You can probably run that fair enough with a 2060 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I mean,
so,
it is not GPT-4, but it is
yeah,
surprisingly good.
yeah, exactly. So, one thing that I can do is I can show, we have like this, the thing I was doing a couple of streams ago where we were taking fast GPT and training it. So I have this VE chat thing going on. So if I source the right things and set my VE node num one, I guess that should work.
I think these days it should even work with 0, because you've added the new vector
Right.
engine there.
I made this interesting chatbot script, VE chatbot, and you can kind of do things with it. So we can compare the outputs of something like the largest GPT-2 model to this thing, and see what it is. The thing for me that is the most interesting was this example: write a Python function to search on Wikipedia by title. Right. So I'm going to run that. I'm also going to run that here, and this it can go a lot faster. It's just that the way I wrote it is that it will take the input, encode it into a Python, or use Python to encode it into a file, and then it converts the file, and then it will run the GPT-2 script on it. So it's going to load the model every single time you do things. So if you say like write a Python function to search Wikipedia by title, it'll say okay, and it's like, it's kind of dumb. GPT-2, it like if you say what is your favorite color or something, it will say red. It seems to like red. But if you were to ask it what is your favorite red thing and why, it will say red things because I like red. Like it's good in terms of like language, but not necessarily all that good in other things. So what are some red things? I think I crashed it there. I'm not sure why. I might be using, I got to check the configuration. I might have messed, I might be using like the small vector engine.
The one with the NUMA node split.
Yeah, I might have done that. If it crashes every time. Yeah. What are some red things? Red things are red, it's like funnily caveman-y,
It's like violets are violet.
Yes.
Red
So,
things are red.
So yeah, it's good at speaking English, right? So, like my favorite Pulp Fiction quote. So it's good at speaking English, but not really good at doing the things that you ask it to do. Whereas this one, which is fine-tuned in the instruct data set, and it's still about the same-ish size, I guess, 7 billion parameters. I guess it's not really the same-ish size, but it runs in about same-ish speed, right?
But are we using there the 1.5 billion parameter?
Yeah, the 1.5 billion one. So this is significantly bigger, but it does run in a very similar speed, and can be optimized to run your hardware. But when you say like, yeah, write a Python function to do something, it actually writes a Python function. It doesn't say okay or sure, or sometimes GPT-2 will just say no, which is kind of funny. And yeah, you can do things like explain the following metaphor. Life is like cats. That's an interesting one. And yeah, it's a really, it's not as good as GPT-3, but it's like pretty close. Like one interesting kind of failure case for GPT 3 and I guess even 4 was like name 15 food-related words that are 4 letters long. This is really hard for a language model because it doesn't know what letters are. Like it doesn't see letters, it only sees tokens. So unless you somehow can convince it to look up these things in the Scrabble part of the internet in terms of its memory, it's not really gonna get it. So here you can see like it gets 1 maybe, right? And if you go to ChatGPT and ask it very similar things like this, so if I just ask it, give me 15 4-letter words related to cooking, yeah, not really. Like a few of them, yes, but not really. But then if I modify the prompt to be with the Scrabble score, and then I can ask it to try to change the score rules a bit, it's not going to do that very well. But when I did ask it to do that before, it actually did a much better job, but not really nearly as good. It just doesn't know what letters are. But anyway, like the fact that it can compete, right? It's in the same ballpark as GPT 3.5, and it doesn't require 32 GPUs to run or something like that. Is pretty amazing. That's what I like about this model. In terms of like what model it is, though, which is what Freeman was asking, and that's a really, really good question. So I don't think I have it here. Let me grab. Yeah, so there's this really cool blog post that somebody wrote a couple of days ago explaining how the RWKV model works. And I think, I'm not 100% sure where the name comes from, but it's a new type of architecture. It's not like LSTM. I'm pretty sure the R is about, the recurrent layer, but probably not, as you'll see in the code. But the K and the V is for keys and values. So if you know about attention, you know that attentions have the key, query, and I guess the values is what they call it. Yeah. So like there's a key and query kind of value lookup thing going on. And the general idea is they're doing this in a recurrent way, ideally. And there's a few really important functions here. So this is a great one because it's implementing it with NumPy essentially, which is great for understanding it. And there's a time mixing component, channel mixing component, and then you have your embedding layer, and then for each layer you're doing time mixing and then channel mixing. You're normalizing the layers, or doing like exponential kind of softmax type of thing, right? And then kind of recursively training yourself on that thing. And it's amazing that something that simple works that well. So I think this guy who's on the internet as BlinkDL is really onto something with how this works. And I recommend this blog post for anyone who's interested in this model. And we are going to try to train with it. And there's also interesting things. They have plans to like add a transformer into this model to see if maybe a small transformer will help and things like that. And I have various ideas on how it might be interesting to take the state vector of this model and kind of save it into a vector database and use that somehow for speeding things up. So yeah, that's why I want to play around with this model some more and kind of get a better understanding of it. So let's maybe get to that, shall we? Any other things we should try on?
It's fun. Like you can ask it to do something in Java. You can ask it to do something like in other languages, and it kind of the well-known ones it does reasonably enough. But if you ask it for something that like where it knows the concept of it but doesn't really know what's going on, it gets confused in an interesting way, in such a, like spitting out its prompt and things like that.
Oh, yeah. That's another thing. If you go too crazy, it will kind of repeat itself, which is really interesting. It's like um, it kind of reminds me of like that old trope where if you ask a robot, like a recursive question, it will Stack Overflow and then start going crazy. You could totally do that with this model, and I think I have done it a couple of times, but I can't remember what I asked it to get it to do that.
Let's see if I can get it to write the game of life in APL. It's like yeah, it just uses up all of its output without actually showing the APL application.
It knows that APL.
But I guess it could be that they're just like removing those weird characters.
Yeah, that's another thing. There's no guarantee that the APL characters are are properly tokenized. They might have scraped those out, but you can maybe ask it to do it in like J or K, was it?
Yeah.
Something like ASCII.
I'm going to tell it that it is actually using the J programming language. And it looks very much like it does it in JavaScript. Yep, that looks very much like JavaScript. And all it does is it prints the initial board.
Yeah, getting these models to not be lazy is I think maybe one of the major challenges.
I think that is kind of one of the things that OpenAI did pretty well there. As in, they have paid actual people to train this thing with reinforcement learning too. So that it knows what people are actually asking for. Kind of not just, because I got both the GPT 3.5 and 4 to perfectly explain APL-based game of life.
And they have the tokens for it? That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the entire point of bytecode encoding, right?
Yeah.
That it is essentially just byte pairs. And that allows it to do whatever UTF-8 thing it wants.
Yep. Okay.
I'm wondering now that you've... I'm wondering, just now that you've said it, it would be interesting, like a language like K, which is mostly implemented in the K database. When if like that is an array-oriented language, so in principle, by its very nature, it supports tensors and stuff, and that means that in principle, like that is the original vector database.
That's true.
So you should be able to implement things like that in there, and make it able to, well, get data and be fast at that, because at least the KDB people claim it can be faster than handwritten C. on CPUs.
Makes me wonder if they could do GPU stuff. That would be nuts.
I think there is like GPU stuff implemented, or like versions of that. But since Arthur Whitney as the main like genius behind K isn't with the company anymore, he has created a new company, I think. Yeah, things are in flux.
Do this in a new window. Okay, so this time instead of working from the source code branch,
I see why you're hearing.
Mhm.
I see why you're hearing yourself double. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
And now you shouldn't hear yourself double
Okay.
anymore.
Cool. I thought I was like hearing things after a while.
Yeah. Very simple answer. My Bluetooth thing can pair to two things.
Oh,
And it paired to the speakers that I have there. And usually it's pretty good at just rejecting the incoming sound. And because, yeah, I have open headphones on, I didn't really hear it working because it's synchronized quite well.
I see. That's what happens when you're an audiophile and you have
Too many
good
audio
equipment.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so
It's fine. It's like fun because this thing is a DAC too. So when I'm charging it, it's connected to the computer, and I just pull it out, and it switches to Bluetooth rather quickly, and I can just move away or walk around.
Okay, something is up with my PyCharm. I'm unable to trust it. Okay, now it's good. Okay, so I maybe just need to let it run and index the stuff. But anyway, so I'm running from the released version of Circuits. For anyone who's interested in that, you can look at our blog. It's a blog, and the latest blog post is about the 1.7 release, and so I'll be using that instead of the the main branch. So hopefully we won't run into any issues. I have the feeling we'll run into less issues. We'll be working from like a cleaner slate than usual. That'll usually be a good thing. I'm going to tile my windows a little weird so I can switch between them easily. Okay, so let's get circuits started. And you don't need to use PyCharm for circuits. But just so happens that there's no Copilot for circuits yet. Maybe that's something that, or I guess you would need a Copilot for Jupyter Lab, not really circuits. So it is kind of more productive to work in here than inside of circuits when developing components. So if we give my computer some time to think, it should be ready to go sometime soon. I hope. Okay, fine. The button doesn't work, so I'll just use the keyboard. Fine with me. Okay, anyway, so we'll just start circuits. Let's load the default component library. And then load this in Chrome instead of, something is wrong. I don't know what I did. Something is very wrong with how this is working. I'm like unable to select stuff. Let me. Yeah.
Sometimes I get like a stuck shift or control key,
Mm.
but just in like an JetBrains IDE. Then I usually have to restart it. I have no idea why that happens. But restarting it is usually, fast enough.
Yeah, that kind of explains why the button didn't work. So keyboard is completely functional, but if I like right click or click on this thing, click on this thing, click on the menu works, because I guess that's, oh man.
Just hit all your control keys for a few times.
Okay, so shift works. Control A and E work fine. Yeah, like the UI isn't responding to my mouse.
That is very weird. I mean, I hear your system also working quite hard.
Yeah, but it's an Intel Mac, so that's normal. It'll do that for anything. You just think about it too hard, and it'll ramp up those fans to 5,000 RPM, 5,600. Okay, I guess we'll have to do things the old school way, and just not use AI to code. That's fine. I can do that. I'm man enough, I think.
It's probably that the AI overlords just don't want you to do your work, so they've stopped your IDE from working.
Maybe they know what I'm about to do, and they're like, no, I will stop you because Copilot is OpenAI thing, I guess. Okay, so anyway, our base library has PyTorch in it, but we don't have the PyTorch requirements installed. So the first plan of action will be to get that up and running. So let me pip install. Where am I right now? Oh, okay. And pip install r txt. And thankfully that works fine. So that's good. Now, where is the code that we are going to use to fine tune it? So the kind people who have developed the demo that we were just showing have a nice blog post, or not a blog post, a Git repository of the code that they use to train stuff. And so there's this alpaca data set. And I think we'll start from there. So I'll clone this repository in a folder, and we'll kind of wrap the code that they have there in circuits, and yeah, see how far we get with that. Okay, so we do have PyTorch now, and I'll get back into our RWBK fine tune. I'll get clone the code package thing. Okay, so there's a few things. There's these seed tasks, which is a JSON list. So each line is a JSON essentially. And you can see the interesting things about this data set, which is that it has this instruction, right? And then an output, and is classification. think there's also.
So what are we going to be doing with it? I guess we're going to be creating a RWKV. Don't they have they have an official pronunciation, if I remember correctly?
No, you can't really spell RWKB. I remember it with a mnemonic like recurrent weighted key values, I guess.
Yeah, on their main repository, it says it's pronounced as Rakov.
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 Yeah, I guess I'll stick with RWKV, I think. Okay, so this is
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking how we are going to go about it now.
Yeah, so we have this thing. We can look at the requirements here, which I think we'll have to install as well. Code Kafka, and then pip install these requirements. And it needed transformers, which makes sense. And then it's going to do some other stuff. So I'm going to try and run it here. And then we can create a kind of component library for fine-tuning that model. And then we'll stick with just this one for now. But like the idea is in the future, you might have multiple types of models that you might want to experiment with. And you can put them together. So anyway, so let's see. So there's a README that shows how to do stuff. And they have some learning rates and things like that for training. And this is how you're supposed to run it. And
that looks like the regular like Transformers training library-ish. But given that they are using Torch Run, I guess it's like using the Torch trainer, maybe.
Trainer attributes
and Rakov. I'm going to use that name now. That model is also built on Torch, so it should be rather simple for us to just plug it in, maybe.
Yeah.
So we could, in principle, just install it from pip. The Python package index.
What was the? We want the big one, or the easy to use one, or the original?
You mean whether we want the one that's in Chat Rakov or the Rakov LM?
Yeah. So the one, so that when I played with it before, I don't know. I think I didn't use this one, but I used another one. But this works. We'll get this one, I think. But there was another one that was, I think, easy to use. Yeah, the chat one, I think, is the one. So there's a pip package.
Oh, hey, Fariza. Now, Fariza is around too.
Oh, cool. So I think there was a different package, but I can't remember what it was. I feel like it was a different one than this one, but I could be wrong. Anyway, so let's pip install that. So this train Pi, I think by default is going to use a small model, and we are running on my Mac, so sticking with something small, probably good, and it makes it easy to. We don't have to wait a long time to download stuff. So first, let's try to give this a try and see how that works. Now, the master port, 789. Okay, model name or path. If we don't have one, now we just give it a name, I guess. S1. There should be out. Or I guess we don't give it anything to start from, right? Like it should be able to start from scratch. Or do we need to give it a...
The main thing is that we will probably want to look into the train.py file to see like what's going on, in particular where the model comes from. So
auto model for causal.
That will only work if we have a, well, transformers-based, so Hugging Face transformers-based model. So we can either give it a name or something else.
Is this
I'm
one?
pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Rakov isn't there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how to do that shortly, I think. I know that they probably got that in there somewhere. There is a Hugging Face for Rakov, but...
yeah, I mean, we could try it like the Rakov 4 pile 169 mil parameters. That would be like the smallest one.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, you would just give it that name. So blinkdl/record4 pile 169 m.
This one, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the smallest one. I guess you can start with that and then see what goes.
Okay, so that would be here, right? Then we have...
In that case, we probably don't even need to do much else.
Possibly. Because I'm running on a Intel, I think this needs to be false. Unless PyTorch could use my GPU, which would be quite amazing. Train batch
If it can
size
use
8.
it by default, you have like
see.
what GPU do you have in your Mac, or do you have the?
It is a the top of the line AMD Radeon Pro 5500M.
I'm not sure.
That's not exactly going to be a household name, but in terms of like theoreticals, right? It should have about 4 teraflops. So about this, like it should be comparable to a vector engine in terms of raw teraflops, but not really. So yeah, like might work. Give that a shot.
They're saying that it's not available on macOS, like the Rockham variant.
Well, no, not the Rockham variant, but like I think the latest PyTorch does try to use CoreML if it can, and if it does use CoreML, then that will work. But Rockham itself, yeah, that's only Linux only, so that's not going to work. But anyway, so let's give this a shot. That's not what I copied and pasted. Okay, that's going to be a problem.
That is because you're missing the last, the backslash, yeah. And on the deep seed, you're also missing.
There we go. Okay, so let's see how this works.
And it complains.
type errors. OpenAPI key. What is the OpenAPI keys that it uses? And I'm pretty sure like that's not. Is not.
And that's for the data generation process. Okay. Is that so
key, the org that it's looking for is what though? Let me look at it because I do have an org defined. It's just I need to figure out what it's looking for. AI here, it's not in there. Generate instruction.
I mean, in principle, you would need to do this only if you need to generate the data.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's generating the data somewhere. Let's do a quick grep for this.
Let's see the train.
In utils.py. I see. So utils.py. It's looking for OpenAI org. And I'm pretty sure I have OpenAI org defined. So I guess that's fine. So that's probably not the error. The error is type object is not subscriptable.
I mean, what we've seen before is that it is essentially just saying that is the OpenAPI organization that it is using, and it does that every time that utils is imported.
I see.
Let's change the note per thing to 1, so we don't have to kind of deduplicate everything.
Makes sense. Okay, so we have a problem mainly with the fact that I'm using 8. And they are using types here and there.
Okay, and update your Python, I guess, because it says you need 3.9.
Okay, so starting again.
That's what virtual environments are for. Unfortunately, it's not as nice as it would have been with, Java.
Yeah. Okay, so let me deactivate rmrfvm, and we can make a new environment for it. We want 3.9. I could have sworn I had 3.10 in here. No, I do have it in RPE machine.
I could use that too. We have more cores there.
Yeah, no GPUs at the moment though, but you could use that.
It's not like you have a GPU that you could use on your Mac.
Yeah. Although I do have my Windows machine, and we could do it on my Windows machine. It's a 2070 Super.
Yeah. Like I could try and run it in parallel on my system. I've got 3090.
Okay, so yeah, that's not going to work. We switch this to do full screen. Okay. Cool. Okay, so this has Python 3.11, which may or may not be issued. I mean, may or may not have issues. We'll find out, I guess. So in here, I do all my work in source. Let's make a RWKV. Actually, let me use a bash prompt instead. Okay. Let's go here and make dir RWKV Finetune. Then we'll Python mvm a VM here. Then see how well or not well Circuits runs with 3.11. I'm not sure if we tested that.
Yeah.
We'll find out real quick. All right, this is bash, so we got a source. Okay. And now we can hit install circuits. Seems to be working so far. Frieza says it should be okay, so that's a good sign. This is my workstation that I barely use because I'm a pretty hardcore Mac user. But it does use this 2070 Super, so I can use that. Then let's get it started. The Xeon 4208 is not really that fast of a CPU. I have 24, threads allocated to this machine, so the parallel things will probably run decently fast, but the serial things might run a little slow.
Ah, I see. And
Okay. And then the other thing that we did was pip install this thing. Or actually, let's clone the other thing. So git clone. Not that. Oh man, I've lost the thing. What was it?
I mean, if we
code
while you're
package.
trying to figure that out, I can share my terminal, I guess, where I'm also doing things. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's not Chrome tab. So let's see whether I can do anything useful with it, other than it complaining that it doesn't like my random part. Ah, interesting. Like I've just installed what it wanted, and well, I just installed its requirements.txt file. I thought the thing that it tells you to use would be there. Apparently, it isn't.
Yeah, that's like one of the main.
Okay, I just installed that. Why is that not working? Like
I
literally.
think it might not have installed. I'm not sure if DeepSeek supports Windows.
Oh, right. I should look at what it tells me.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Probably would need to install that differently then. And I'm not going to boot Linux just for that. So no deep speed for me. Let's see what happens next.
I think we should bring
Really?
back the music.
Yeah, you kind of need something, just something to fill the awkward void when we are wondering where we went wrong with our lives.
Yeah.
So it's complaining that NCCL is not available.
That could be a problem.
Okay. But why? Let me do this the Windows way then. I mean, yeah, I'm using the same environment that I've used for something else. Is it the source in PowerShell 2?
No, you just run the PS file.
Yes, run that. Okay. And now get rid of deep speed first. Yes. Ah, come on. Did like not put in the entire thing? Yes, it did not. So yes, for Windows, I'm going to need it all in one file, all in one line.
I can't use this Windows thing. There's a reason why I never use my workstation. I mess it up. And I'm going, well,
Really?
what do I do with it? I have the feeling that it's not really gonna help us to train the things.
Also looks like PowerShell doesn't like that call at all. Oh, it is once again. I missed a thing. Okay, so let's copy that and probably change the part. Something about that. Okay, so it still tells me NCCL is not available, so it's not just a random environment problem based off it being a bash in here. Okay, so that is because of a distributed thing. What if I don't want to run it distributed? I mean, what if I just do it like that? That may be reasonable. Like if I don't give it a part, then it just comes up with a random one on its own. I don't want you to be distributed. Right. Interesting, just how something that we would guess would work doesn't.
Why does it not work? What's the error that you see?
The error is that distributed package doesn't have NCCL built in.
Oh.
And apparently that is something about the Torch distributed thing. Yeah, PyTorch on Windows does not support the NCCL backend.
I see.
Um,
Might be stuck with only Linux.
so maybe I need to change a piece of code somewhere.
Possibly. We can like undistribute it, and it might work. That makes me wonder, like how much compute power do these guys need to train the current 7 gig demo? Might be quite significant.
Maybe. So now I'm trying to use it with a different environment variable set that for Ray would have changed that. On Windows, it doesn't like it. What my IB? So supposedly that would be something that we do in the training code. Let's see. That creates a trainer with some training arcs, calls train, calls save. So I'm not even getting that far. And is there anything good about this? Maximum sequence length, cache tier, optimizer, data argument, model arguments. Honestly, nothing that would suggest that it is distributed by default. So let's take another look at the parameters that I'm giving it. I'm giving it some information about like per device things. So let's drop all of those.
Still building the wheel for. I don't know why I have to build the wheel for tokenizers.
You mean the native one?
Yeah. Yes, I don't have a package for Mac. So right now I'm kind of stuck building.
But I remember building that too.
Oh.
For whatever reason. But on Linux, I think. So it still doesn't really like what I'm doing.
Oh, is right. That is annoying. Why is this in stable diffusion WebUI?
Oh, that is because I am lazy.
Ah, okay.
Very lazy, indeed. The reason is that I'm like I have a perfectly fine virtual environment that I am using for stable diffusion. It has PyTorch for the GPU. It has like lots of stuff in there already. No need to download another, internet-sized thing. So that's why it is there. And yeah, kind of annoying that it just by default goes here. I guess I could, so what I've seen in the other kind of suggestions of what to do there is to simply init the process group with a different backend. And then it will, well, then it may
Or
work.
reuse it. Or you have to set it inside of the
UI here. Okay, so again, some more laziness for me to change things up like that. So let's those things, because it is already using something that is like the default thing. I think I don't need to pass it too many additional parameters. So let's see how it fails now. Yeah, doesn't care. Or probably gets initialized even earlier or something. So apparently it gets initialized in here somewhere. So it's creating the argument parser already. Hugging Face, what are you doing? I'm creating an argument parser. Why is that trying to initialize in a distributed computing environment? Ah, okay. So I'm going to initialize it even earlier. Okay, that is what I have actually kind of expected to see, because now we don't see, come on. I didn't want to do just that. Okay, now it's back. So what we see now is that the Rakov, I think was the pronunciation that they wanted. Anyway, we see that the model doesn't have a config file. So yes, the model is provided on the Hugging Face model repository, but no, it doesn't have something that the Hugging Face auto model thing would know what to do with it. That means we need to do more. We need to be better. Okay, I guess I'll stop screen sharing to switch to the correct thing.
I muted myself for a while there. So I think we
see.
should switch to like a normal transformer model, like a small one, just to get it working.
So you can, while you try to get it working, I'll try to beat it into submission.
Okay, that works. Anyway, let's just start up the circuit. So now I'm running on Python 3.11, which is better, I guess, I hope. It has more typing. Enough typing, I hope. So let's open up circuits and see what it can do. Okay, so let's shut down the circuits real quick because I'm in the wrong folder. I didn't want to launch it from inside of there. I wanted to launch it from here. And
yeah, I've added your screen to the stream again.
Okay, I forgot to do that, sorry. Okay, cool. So now we're back in circuits and we can open up this thing again. Okay, so this is not going to work, but a more standard thing might. So let's look for it. I see in the train there is this reference of Facebook opt 125, and that seems to be like the default. So if I remove this, I think it will use that by default. Now let's switch to one proc. FP16 might be true. TF32 definitely needs to be false. So let's see if this runs. No such file or directory. That is the weirdest thing. Let me see if that's like a macOS thing. Real quick. If it's a security thing that I have to do because I haven't launched it before. If I can remember what the thing was called. And I really hate the new settings thing. I can never find it. Like they moved my cheese. Things were working fine before. And now they're not working. So Ruby has full access. So I guess I need to add Python to here. I guess. So go to LeadHD, library, frameworks, Python framework, versions 3.11, bin, resources. So 3.11 resources, Python app. Will this work? Say that, yes, I trust Python to do everything. Famous last words? No, it's not. Okay, let me just try to search for this on the internet real quick. Can't open file. Error when using Python. Why is that an issue? Yeah, that's so weird. That is weird. Why is that an issue? I didn't want to upgrade my Python. No, every time I touch this thing, it's going to break stuff. Okay, if I run it here, no. This is what I had to do. I was just running it in the wrong folder. Okay, so whatever I did was totally unnecessary. And I should have just guessed that instead of coming up with some crazy security thing. Okay, so there's a new error, which is pip install deepc. Oh, it's the same issue. You can, and for some reason it's not in the requirements. You got to install it separately. Okay. I wonder why they do that. Maybe there's a reason. Who knows?
Let's see if loading the one Rakov model that I have will work. Because I only have the 14 billion parameter one downloaded.
I see.
And at the moment it is
probably
reading it at 400 megabytes per second.
Oh.
And my RAM is being filled.
Very quickly. What was the thing that you changed to disable the NCCL? Because I'm running in that too.
Yeah, so I had to add those two things. So I had to switch the backend to glue. So I added those two lines that I've just sent you on Slack to the very beginning of the train function. And
the train file or the train function?
To the train function within the train file. And it means something is happening on my system now. I'm not sure whether it works, but something is happening. Let me show that to our viewers. Something is happening. So it loaded the model, and I'm sitting at 64 gigabytes used. And it is writing to my SSD at 400 megabytes per second. And reading from it at a gigabyte per second, so it's probably swapping heavily. And everything starts, like the stream is choppy for now. Okay, I think I need to go to a model now.
This might be a good idea.
And this is how it looks like in the system. Just isn't doing as much anymore. CPU goes down, memory usage goes down. So 64 gigabytes of memory, not enough to at least with the basic setup make things train with float 32 and 41 layers. So I guess it's time to download the smallest model.
Yeah. Okay, so right now it's saying for me that it doesn't, torch.c has no attribute CUDA set device, which makes sense because we're not using CUDA. But that said, in train there's no mention of CUDA, nor in utils. So what is trying to load CUDA? Is there no way to set it to not do that? This is kind of like one of the reasons why using other devices other than NVIDIA things really suck in the deep learning community is because people hard code their like NVIDIA hardware stuff everywhere. And they don't even
I think
about
the
it.
convert to HF, or are you trying to use the Llama model file?
Yeah, I'm trying to use like the default, which is this Facebook opt 125M.
In that case, you shouldn't need to look into the convert to HF file. Like, it should be using your default device.
Yeah.
No, it's
There's
not
no mention of-
like it's not being set anywhere, I think.
Yeah, that's why. It's like that is unfortunate and annoying. What is calling that? That is being called inside of Transformers
distributed thing.
Parts. Torch.
Like if you go down, it looks like it comes from the distributed stuff. Or is it?
Yeah.
Have you installed a PyTorch that should be CUDA capable?
You don't have that. Let me set. Let me try running it with CUDA set. What does it say? Visible devices. I always forget what that was. CUDA visible. Yeah. If we set CUDA visible devices, is -1. I think. That should disable the CUDA thing entirely. That changed something. Train line 49. Redirects are not supported. That's really weird. And then in indentation error. Indentation error? Did I do that?
Maybe when you... Well, it looks like you've kind of cleaned out the model arguments. That look appears to be empty now.
That would probably do it, yeah. And so why I do that, that's an Emacs thing, because I often do Control XS or stuff like that, and that will sometimes delete the line.
Ah, I see.
So it cannot be helped. Okay, so that did nothing. Why does setting CUDA visible devices equals -1 do nothing? Something is wrong. Why does it think I have a CUDA device? Should I just go over to a CUDA device and admit defeat?
Not sure. I'm trying to get this Requiem thing going, and I'm running into the situation where it's like, yeah, can't run on something that doesn't have a gradient attached to it. Like, what? Why? And the package on that you can install with pip, that just runs with no grad, so it only does feed forward.
Yeah, and it makes sense because the package is kind of like meant to like do inference and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Why does everything have to be so hard?
Exactly.
People used to be simple. You have a model file, and that was it. Okay. So running it on the A100 is an option, but it'd be a pain in the ass option because I don't have. It would mean that we'd probably end up with a Proxmox tutorial instead of a thing, because I moved it over into Proxmox for management reasons. So I need to get the pass-through working and IOMMU working.
Yeah. I'm wondering whether we can do something else about that.
And then like install a Linux distribution that has CUDA installed and all that stuff, and that's kind of annoying. And I could move it back into the original server, but then I'd have to, it would become a drive live stream where I'm driving over to Osaka data center, which would be kind of funny. But I don't think they allow people to record inside of the data center.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And there was a.
It kind of reminds me of the like data center in Munich where I was once working on a system, and it's below a bank. And kind of the elevator that takes you to the data center also would take you to the vault. So there's two guy like armed to the teeth guys sitting in front of it. It's like, what's up? You're here for the data center? Yep. Okay, go to the left.
Yeah. When
shouting
like semi-automatic rifles, they're not fucking around,
Yeah. It's like the State Bank of Bavaria, where that was.
Is it Facebook's model that is forcing it to use CUDA? I mean, I think that.
Now let's can you show the error once again so I can, because I've run into my roadblock for now. Let's see whether we can clear yours. Okay, so during passing into data classes, that happens, doesn't? Yeah, it's again in the Hugging Face arc parser. Or is that like the one on top? Or is that just the warning coming from there? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
And there's a traceback. Yeah, the traceback is essentially this.
Okay, so and that has then the self-device type. So I guess the transformer's default training arcs are CUDA.
It's so weird that it would be calling this in something where it's asking if it's not equal to CUDA. It's the weirdest thing. But let's see what the code is there. CUDA. What line was that?
Oh, apparently, can you run the trainer with hyphen no CUDA?
Oh. No CUDA.
No underscore CUDA.
That would be useful.
Yeah, no, it's complaining about deep speed.
Accelerate. So
remove.
Deep speed needs accelerate, which is a good sign, actually. That would be a macOS thing, I think.
CUDA is so ingrained that the default is to enable it.
I see.
I guess they just think that there's no point in running it on CPU.
Yep, but the people who write that code are the problem, because there's more than just CPUs, you know? Like,
yeah,
NVIDIA didn't invent this thing. You know,
they make a fine version of it, but they didn't invent it.
Really good. Yeah, and you know, we could have probably so many other more interesting devices out there, but they can't get off the ground because, yeah, it's just like too ingrained. Now, what's your problem? Like, how much do we have to really tell you? Really don't
let
want.
me take another look. It's again trying to use.
Yes, trying to set the device somewhere.
Okay, that comes from trying to initialize deep speed, I think.
Yeah.
So let's remove deep speed from the parameters. It's
Actually, is this ds-config.json have CUDA in it?
It doesn't. But let's
yeah, let's just get rid of it then.
Yeah.
It's just gonna make our lives a pain. But, you know, like the vector engine is perfectly capable of doing deep learning, and we have a lot of it, but yeah, the entire world is kind of like against it, you know, against anything that's not NVIDIA, which makes life very difficult.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Tokenizing inputs. That's a good sign. Actually,
I think I got that far too, and then it complained that I had a model that's not capable.
Oh, now it's running WAN-DB.
No, it's waiting for you to log into weights and biases.
That's another thing. That is a whole other point of bullshit. It's like, yes,
yeah, why is it
the thing? But why do you have to put it in your code? Where is it used? It's not used in here.
Nowhere. It's built into Hugging Face.
Bastards. It's like, wouldn't be so bad if we didn't make our own kind of, like, you know, thing, right? So
yeah,
I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's find a way to get Hugging Face to not use WAN-DB. Disable WAN-DB. Yes, thank you. That would be great, because that's like done. Report to none. Okay, so if we go and find...
you should be able to say to do that on the command line.
Okay.
If it's in training arguments, you should be able to get that from there.
Report to... Let's see how that works.
You probably also need to scrap your OpenAI API key now, because it's been streamed into the world.
The org is fine.
Yeah?
I think.
No, it's just outputting the org. Okay.
Yeah, it's not outputting the key. That'd be a pain if it was outputting the key. And I guess that's the crazy thing when doing stuff. You kind of have to trust what they're doing with that key. Okay, now none is not
supported.
You guys are assholes. Asshole.
I guess TensorBoard.
Yeah, TensorBoard maybe. Why is none not supported? What the fuck?
Probably because it's like a literal string none. And it requires who knows what.
Yeah, what in the world are they like? If they aren't using
like
it,
an empty string
to,
or so.
Maybe that could be a thing. Whatever. TensorBoard is perfectly reasonable for things, but we don't care. Like right now.
Yeah. Hey, something's working.
Yes.
It doesn't know how many iterations per second it will get. Probably none. It's probably going to be at seconds per iteration. Or minutes per iteration.
Possibly. My CPU seems oddly idle. So it must be using my GPU. I have no way to look at GPU usage and other than maybe looking at the temperature. But if it's doing deep learning,
I wouldn't expect it to use your GPU. You think it may be using Caramel, so that's why.
Yeah, Caramel. Maybe. Yeah, something about things these days kind of like getting better if using that on Apple, which is nice. That would be really good. And it's probably Apple engineers just like going over and slapping people in the face, like, "Oh, implement this thing, accept this patch," That's what you have to do.
Yeah, that still doesn't really look like it's going to be doing.
Something happened.
Something, but it looks like it's running into
109 seconds per iteration.
So almost 2 minutes per iteration. So we're looking at 8,250 minutes, which is like what?
Not ideal.
20 hours or so? Yeah. 24 hours?
Okay. Maybe the first one's a fluke. We can wait another minute and see if that speeds up a little bit. But regardless, in terms of what we're planning on doing, which is making wrapping this, this is good enough. We have what we need. And it's there's a lot of parameters. And that makes it interesting about how best to wrap this kind of thing in circuits. Because you have torch run, which is this third-party outside thing that will be running your Python script. So that I think we can do, right? So if you are inside of a circuits file, you can use remote run, and when you run it, we can make a what's it called, torch run type pretty easily. So that's something we can do. Again, probably not that ideal. We have sped up quite a bit now. We're at 80 seconds per iteration.
Oh, so it's just like less than 600 minutes, so less than 10 hours.
Yeah. CPU is a little idle. Is it because I set it to use 1 and this is per core? It could be that. Let's try killing that. Okay, so nproc per node, I should have 8. I have an 8-core CPU. Yes. So if I do that, I guess I could also lower the batch size to like 2 or 3 or something. I don't really care. I wonder if the organization is a secret kind of thing. I'm guessing not. Why does it have to print that out? Like, it's dumb.
So you know.
Yeah.
Because not everyone is streaming their work live to the internet.
Yeah, I guess. But what does the org do? Like, if you have OpenAI key and that's kind of tied to your OpenAI account, why do they need a separate org?
Actually, no idea. I think I haven't set my organization key when I played around with it. I just have the API key in the environment and that's it.
Yeah, I think it's like completely always optional. So it's kind of like a mystery what it's for. Anyway, so we're now at 100 degrees. And that seems more like it. Definitely not using any GPUs. It would be kind of cool if I could use my external GPU enclosure, but Apple and NVIDIA hate each other, so no.
And you also can't get it to be just passed through because, macOS doesn't claim it or something.
Yeah, macOS does not really have pass-through essentially. So I have installed Boot Camp on this thing so that I could experiment with that on Windows. So if I reboot into Windows, I think I can do external exposure pass-through. It's on my to-do list of things to try.
Yeah. It's a bit annoying, I guess.
Yeah. It sucks to have so much power that you can't use. And I have 2 of them right now in this room. This is the older 1.1 version. And if I could stick them in my workstation and use it, that would be great. But you can't really. Unless, I mean, you can, just it's a lot of work.
Yeah. I'm wondering, there are...
Now I think about it, Torch Run needs HTTP port, so that could work with multiple vector engines pretty easily. Maybe I'll have to look into that later, I think.
Answer is asking why it dropped to 70 iterations now. Like,
I think it is because we had probably 70 times 8 before. And now
right. Yeah, we had something like you still have an nproc per node equals 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm using now.
Oh, that's what you're using now.
And before it was 625. So we got 625 divided by 8. And
it's also, is it 70 or is it 78? Like, I can't tell. I think it's 78 iterations. So is the batch size bigger now, or is... No, it's... Eduardo, your audio has disconnected. But good that we can see that on screen.
Yeah. Okay. Now it's back. So yeah, this is the thing about so many people ask, like, what is the laptop I need to train neural networks? The answer is don't, because your laptop becomes completely unusable when it's going full tilt training a neural network. Full tilt in memory and full tilt in GPU, and you need the GPU to show the UI, and the CPU is also really heavy, and there's not a lot of thermal headroom, so it's throttling the CPU. It's a bad idea through and through. You want to always do this on an external machine. Um, and I would if I could. Anyway, so let's kill this because we've essentially got what we needed. We have a training loop that is working, and I just wish that there was a much smaller model that we could test this with.
Yeah, I'm looking at the training code of Rekiv, and like we would need to understand what is going on both in the code alpaca and the Rekiv trainer. Because yeah, they are kind of compatible, but
Yeah.
I mean, one of them is using PyTorch Lightning. So Rekiv is, as far as I can tell, using PyTorch Lightning and the trainer from there. Whereas Code Alpaca is, I guess, in a way also using a PyTorch trainer, but it's going through the Hugging Face dance. Yeah, and that is, I guess, annoying. So if you want to make the Rekiv model work, we would need to make more things work.
Yeah. So I think maybe that will be a thing for a future stream or something like that.
I'm almost wondering just how hard would it be to make Rekiv work on GL4J and just skip the entire Python dance with all of their different things. Then we would only need to compile GL4J for the vector engine again and see just how well it works.
It does work. Nobody's really working on it right now, though. But anyway, I agree. I would love to have RWVK in Java so that when using my Itogen, you have a local option that is it's Autogen. I mean Itogen Google. Unfortunately, I don't have that much Google juice with Itogen yet, but it's close enough.
It's interesting that it finds your profile first.
Yeah, the profile has higher Google juice than this thing.
Yeah. I've got someone at the door. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, cool. So anyway, having RWKV in Java would be nice because we could have like a local provider and then specify that model, and then it just runs locally so that these simple tasks, there's no reason that you need to pay OpenAI to do this kind of stuff. GPT-4 is it's like super overkill for something like, is the following text a question or something like that. So yeah, I do kind of want to do that eventually. But anyway, so let's start thinking about it. So I'm going to create a new one It's based off of PyTorch. So let's go to XAI components. XAI PyTorch. Take a package called LLM, or maybe inside of PyTorch might be a thing. Realistically, are there non-PyTorchy large language models? Maybe, maybe not. But anyway, so let's grab a component and call it torch. Okay, so what does train.py do? Uses HF argument parser. Then we have auto model for causal LM from pre-trained. Then auto tokenizer from pre-trained. Then it adds tokens here. Then it makes a trainer and then calls train. And finally calls save state and save model for HF trainer. So I think this, each one of these things offers a place for customization, right? So I think that kind of makes sense. Now the HF argument parser, essentially when doing the remote thing, you would be doing it all inside of the arguments. Which you can do. Anyway, let's start from there. So let's go to the config file, I think is what it was called. So when you create a thing, there should be a config ini in circuits. There's a circuits config ini, which gives you the ability to add different run types. So we can create a run type called torch run, just like this. Make it torch run. It doesn't have to be uppercase. I don't know why people decided to make it uppercase. And then there's different types, and we can, in here, the way that would be is, let's say you have a torch run that you run locally, or you might want to run it remote. So you could like SSH into another machine and then run torch run there, but still have your circuits thing on your local machine. You don't necessarily have to run it on the other one. That would be kind of cool. And then you have your different configurations for each one. So I can take the, so I think I can't use the name local here. So we have to call tr local and tr remote is what we need. And inside of here, we can create a tr local to be torch run local. Command is torch run. Message is run locally with torch run. And if there is a URL, you can specify it here. I don't think we have a URL. So hopefully we can leave that up. And then we'll have a remote, and the remote command equals like SSH something, right? Whatever. I'll leave this alone. Now this command can start like this, I think. We have torch run.
And that's something where we ideally would be able to select, random things.
Yeah. Anyway, I think if we have this config like this, do remote run. Yeah, it needs a URL, unfortunately. So let's give it an empty string as the URL. Maybe that will work. Okay, now back here. Please connect all nodes. Let me add a debug node or something, since that should actually work. Utils print. Let's go here, connect that, and we'll print a hello world. And connect this to here, or the other way around. Okay, and then we can select torch run, local. Then it would give us, these things as default. And we can, fix these or change these as necessary. But this should work if I'm not mistaken. Evaluation strategy, no invalid syntax. Okay, where is that?
I think I may have found another kind of interesting thing to look into. You're building the fine-tuning model or component, right?
Right.
And I'm looking into the archive stuff a little bit more. And apparently it can work on different backends. That includes TensorFlow and NumPy. So how hard would it be to port its NumPy backend to like NLCPy and see what the vector engine can do?
It wouldn't be hard at all, as we saw last time. This is not editable. I remember this being editable.
Yeah, that used to be editable.
Yeah.
It probably isn't because some kind of event is being caught somewhere else.
Yeah. And that's really weird. I did refresh just in case it was like error related. It doesn't seem to be error related. Yeah, I can't write anywhere into this configuration. Why does this thing have to be so complicated? So yeah, I guess it's a new bug that we got to fix.
There is a CoreML backend for it.
For what?
For the archive thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the archive static. Or
yes,
whatever. They're like pronounced however you want to. I'll share the link with you.
Yes. I did play with that last time. Yes, this.
So yeah, that apparently has a CoreML backend.
Yes, and this is actually kind of fun to play with. I have played with it. Let's run it to see. Or actually, since this thing's going to be a pain in the ass anyway, let's make a rec of library, I guess. That would be perfectly fine, I think. That's weird. Why is it doing that? I have a feeling that this terminal was doing something. Okay, so let's make dir XAILLM. And then touch an init. And touch a RKV KV components. And let's close this thing.
Interesting that in the documentation they're showing NumPy, but I can't see it in the code.
Well, there, even with that, there is the what's it called? The blog post that we were talking about a little earlier.
Okay, it is in the, for whatever reason, in the JAX file.
Oh, that is kind of interesting.
Okay, that is because those are all kind of NumPy-ish things. So the JAX thing also imports NumPy as npjax, and then there is I see, because it always loads stuff as PyTorch first, and then you can
load them all.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a load rwkv load component that takes a name, that happens to have a default, so name incomp part of this, I think.
It should be.
Then we'll have an execute. And then we'll just set the rwkv model to this, I think. So I've named that value. Okay, and then we can have another XAI component called rwkv load maybe complete. And I'll take some kind of prompt. And I'll have some sort of output. Then we can just use the context to get the model. And we load the context, set new context to self.prompt.value. And I guess we need to have a output length, and also temperature and things like that.
I think so.
Value or 100. That way we can make it optional. We call it max length, I think. Because it can be shorter. I might be wrong, but I think it can be shorter. And this is self.output.value is that. So now I think we can run this. Just need to pip install it. RWK Vistic. I think it's trying to say relativistic, but not. Okay, so
I mean, it's kind of like someone just jammed the keyboard and thought, like, whatever it is.
Yeah, like it's good enough. Okay, so now let's refresh this. What did I miss? I have done something wrong. There we go. Refresh. And I've done, oh, gotta learn Python.
Yeah, it tells you what you did wrong.
Yeah. Would help if I knew Python, that would be great. And stopped being so dependent on the AIs to
Copilot.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't need a name because we have a default, but I'm an idiot. I made it an incomp arg. It's an in arg. It's optional. Okay, and I think that will work. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that works. Let's refresh it. So we'll load and complete. Okay, so we do that. Then we can complete it. Now for the prompt, I think we can do something kind of cool. So I was showing previously the kind of chatbot that I had. You can reuse that prompt and just to compare the difference. So the prompt that I used is I was asking it to saying, because it's like this one's an instruct one, so it might not work as well, but as a language model, it's not really trained to follow instructions or anything like that. It's just trained to predict the next word. So I kind of made it be like a short story, like a sci-fi thing of an example of an AI trying to pass the Turing test. And then, so the AI specified by response pretends to be a human so convincingly that the user specified by user cannot tell. Then start off the conversation. Like that. Okay. You know what? I think I kind of want another thing. Maybe not. Yeah, I kind of want two. So let's put a prompt, or no, instruction and prompt is what we'll do. So let's just get rid of this thing. We'll make instruction, then a prompt. And I guess prompt can be optional. And then instruction can be necessary. Instruction.value, then model.context plus self.prompt.value. Something like that, I think works. So let's get that in there. So this, we have this thing as the instruction. Then the prompt can be, I know why that happens. If you have anything kind of like selected, it's not going to do it. But if you make sure to click on the background first and then do this, it works fine. So the user is, what is your favorite color? And if you kick off response, it can, you leave off a character or something like that, and then it'll kind of get it better. At least that's what I kind of encountered. See how so this was like yellow, right? So in this state, where this is yellow, I can't do this.
Oh,
but if I click on the background so that there's no yellows, that should work. Okay, maybe not. Never mind. I had a theory, and because I mentioned it out loud, unfortunately, now it's going to be wrong. Okay, and now we can print the output like that. That is not connected. There we go. Now let's save, run locally. Let's see what it says. I think I might have to download the model though. No module named Inquirer.
Yeah, you will need a few things.
Yes.
Because it doesn't install its dependencies, because it tells you, hey, I'm trying to be dependency agnostic. However, it does need PyTorch to be installed, because that's how it loads the initial model. And yeah.
So Python entitlement. I think it's going to ask for stuff, so I think that must be a type. Really? I guess I can do that. Yeah. Makes sense. I just need to remember how to write Python. Very important. What model do you want to use? Did I not give it one?
What did you do?
This is how you're supposed to set the default. But
yeah, I mean, I've used a default there. Like, I think you didn't just get none. It may be something about the HTTP value.
Possibly.
I mean, just try it again. Let's see. Because I'm running something very similar to what you're doing, just with being told to use NumPy.
Certificates. Why does life have to suck? So I can use it. I'm like, why is this a problem?
Just download
it. I'm running like literally the newest thing, like the newest everything. This is the newest Python, the newest Mac. I could understand if I got this error and I'm running CentOS 6 or CentOS 7. Right? Those old ancient, that's a thing. Why in the world is this a problem? Still. I believe I have this model somewhere.
It shouldn't take too long to download it. I mean, it is trying to use this 3 billion parameter model.
Where does it save it? Because I think I need to save it into a specific folder. What? What broke my wget and why? Size-wise, that is too small. Yes, you have to use browser. What?
I mean, that worked for me. Yeah, like I was able to download that just fine.
I'm gonna give it 4 minutes to download the thing. You did the curl and it worked? Or
Yeah.
you did it by opening in the browser? That's weird.
No, you did it with curl.
Something in brew broke my wget, and that's really annoying. Okay, so what else would I need? Because I can't tell until that download is done. So I'll just give it 3 more minutes.
I'm trying to... Wait, what is it complaining about? Yeah, it's supposed to use CUDA. Right.
I just noticed Freeman's message from quite a while ago, where his action takes break from study. That's a fun one.
Yeah, that's the way how the me messages end up being shown here. So somewhere I have. So
okay.
I
see. So I thought it was like on purpose, because like there's in the React framework you have like thought 1, observation 1, and then action. I thought is a reference to that, but if not, then that's fine.
So did you know that you can't pip install Torch now?
Yes.
Just with a regular pip install.
That was so beautiful.
That will by default install a CUDA version of it.
That is annoying as hell.
Yeah, if you want to have the CPU version, you need now to specify the index URL.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Why NVIDIA is... Why nobody can compete with NVIDIA in the deep learning space.
Yeah, I mean, they've got as entrenched as Microsoft got with Office by just giving it away to the poor students. Now Microsoft just didn't do anything about the rampant piracy in the 90s.
Yeah. Okay. So you specified the model as like a path, right? So we'll call it RWKV4 IL3B.pth. I'll just call it that and rename it. It's quite a long boy of a name. Okay, so I'm here. I wanted to put it in models, but downloads RWKV. Why is that not working? Does it download this too? It was copying or something. Permission denied. That's such a pain in the ass. I don't know. I don't know what is trying to be smart here. No, but that is a pain. Let's just go to that temp. And we will go to RW Finetuning, models, and then paste it here, replace it. That is weird. Now I'm kind of wondering what's gonna happen, but let's see. So let's save and run it, and then see if that makes a difference. CUDA home is not set. Why is it? So you mentioned that it was supposed to support Core ML. Where did it say that?
It does say that nowhere, but I found it in the code. So in the agnostic backends, it has a CoreML file, and you can import. Can you import that? Actually, there's FastQuant, JAX, TensorFlow, CuPy, Torch, DeepSpeed export, Onyx export. Oh, MPS, I guess.
Yeah, metal performance shaders.
Yeah. So by importing that, I guess you can have that.
Must not be this one. Definitely not this OPS.
No. You you don't need to get anything in addition. For now, at least. It will probably complain when you get that. That MPS goes to the MPS ops thing.
That's something
that apparently is. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Let's look at this. RWK Vistic. Is that what it was? Okay, so that is how to do it with strategy.
No. What you want is the mode equals thing.
Okay.
But it appears that the mode thing is a little bit like the CoreML thing isn't necessarily well exposed or something. Because there's the MPS thing where you can import MPS, and then so instead of doing backends import Torch, you use backends import MPS, all uppercase. And then you have this mode equals MPS, I guess. But there is also currently an what's the word that I'm looking for? There is also a CoreML thing that's currently commented out. But I guess we can try that still by just, cloning this thing and commenting it in again. Maybe see what it is that it is lacking. Maybe it's everything. Maybe it's mostly working already, isn't it?
Oh, just using the CPU. Got float for the definition and double for the source.
Yeah, I'm running into a similar issue with that particular thing right now too. Because I'm just trying to run it on the CPU.
And then there was a mention of runtime type and D type. Right. And I have also played with these as well. And proper thing is runtime D type and this. Just stick that in there. And then if I make this both float 32, that will probably help. And it would help to import torch as well. And also kind of, I don't know, maybe not sad thing, but weird thing is that torch was kind of made by NEC Labs America. Not PyTorch though. The original, which everyone has forgotten by now.
Yeah, the Lua one, right?
Yep, the original Lua torch. No module named SciPy. These guys need to learn that there's this thing called the requirements in your pip. Right?
Yeah, and they explicitly say that they don't do that.
They're idiots. Unless there's some, because it's not like we're using a special thing, right? We are literally newing the model and calling forward. And if it needs SciPy to do that,
it's using.
It should do it, I think.
It's using the softmax from it.
That's all you're using. Does NumPy not have a softmax?
No idea, but apparently it doesn't have something. Okay, I've got it to run for now. So both with the Torch backend and the NumPy backend. And it's kind of okay-ish with the way it runs. The NumPy backend is just hugely slow compared to the Torch backend. It's not even a contest. And
it's so strange how that's the case. But
I mean, maybe the implementation is kind of very different, or it's moving them back and forth a lot. Interestingly, I also always get just an end of text, like the "I'm not talking to you anymore" token as the output.
It's done with you.
So I'm
last
not
20% is coming.
100% sure, like why.
There you go. So it says it completes with a user with this conversation would respond as follows: no favorite color. Then why are you here? To meet you. I'm here to meet you. Well, we have no business being here. Why do you have a connection so that I can be connected? That is a weird conversation.
Very Turing machine ish.
Yeah. So now let me try that MPS backend. And MPS does use GPU, but I'm not sure if this use GPU is the right one.
Say, does NLC Pi support Python 3.10?
I doubt it.
Right?
I kind of doubt it. I don't see why it would fail going forward. So maybe it's fine.
Apparently, the newest it supports is 3.8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's, kind of annoying. But hey, we're prompting.
Yeah. Okay, let's go down to 3.8. And I'll try to make that work again.
You probably have to remove a lot of types.
Does it have types? Not even sure whether this particular thing has types.
Okay, so MPS is running. My CPU looks to be quite idle.
That's nice.
GPU is kind of lagging. Radeon is using 40 watts, so yeah, it does seem to be using the GPU.
Hey, that's something.
So that's pretty amazing. And it has a NAND. Okay, so that sucks.
So.
Could changing things to port 16 make it worse? I guess. I'm pretty sure it would.
Yeah, probably.
So getting a NAND probably does make it worse. What is RWKV complete? Oh no, okay, I see. That's us. That's my thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking there was some sort of function or something. GPU seems to be having an easier time now, at least. Like only pulling 33 watts instead of like the 40. My mouse is a little bit better. And this is something where if I wasn't plugged in to an external monitor, it would be using the Intel GPU for the GPU things. And then if I were to run this, it would probably have, exclusive access to the Radeon. Yeah, still NAND, so probably not going to work that way.
But you can try. I have no idea like how the MPS actually works in this case, because it's a little bit like the module that it uses I guess it tells PyTorch to use the MPS device.
Yeah. That's
But there is
what
like
you-
an explicit CoreML backend. But in order to get to use it, I guess you would need to clone the repository and pip install it, and then modify it to work that way.
Or I could just change it in here.
Yeah, you could.
RW Cubistic. In the jacks or
No, it's in agnostic, then backend, then init, and there you need to scroll down. Scroll down more. There's the CoreML thing that you need to, and the other one too. And probably you want to put it at the top or something. And that will now use the existing implementation, which is in the CoreML file, if you want to take a look at it. Yes, I've never used it. I honestly have no idea whether that is enough or not.
Yeah, it's kind of small.
Yeah, they are all kind of small.
Oh. Where is the NPS one?
It's tiny. It is within Torch. And if you search for NPS now, it will. Yeah, and it's essentially that.
Just optimates the Slurpin world, I guess.
Yeah, and tells it to use the device NPS.
I see. That's interesting. Okay, so this does work. This response is one color. What color? Your favorite color is green. How old are you?
I'm 24.
So random. I think to speed things up, I'll also set the length to be just 25. 25 should be enough to say what your favorite color is, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's see. Can we do CoreML here? That would be kind of cool. But I have a feeling it's probably commented out for a reason.
Yeah, most likely. Doesn't mean that we can't play with it if it's there.
Yeah. Our CoreML will like to use foot 16. Maybe set this to 16. Oh, I don't know. Let's stick to float 32. Okay. If you're doing this on a Apple Silicon Mac, you will really want to use float 16 in places because then it is able to use the neural engine with 4ML. But if you're on an Intel machine, it doesn't matter. The GPU does support float 16, so if you can get it to work. No CoreML tools, which I think is something that I have to pip install.
Okay.
Cool. And now let's try that again.
I'm trying the vector engine version.
10 May. Oh wow, that really messed things up. Do you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. But it also kind of made you stuck for a bit, I guess.
Okay, it should be back now. So I don't know what that did, but like the Bluetooth audio is going back and forth between the two.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that really that is quite optimized, I think. Yeah, so yeah, it doesn't work. But it's getting there. I think it's like someone knew it more, they could probably get it working. And yeah, that was quite fast. It was like way faster to load than the other stuff.
And I think I'm maybe not even that far away from having a running version on the vector engine.
Ooh, that'd be nice to see.
Or maybe I'm very far away. I'm not entirely sure yet.
So one extra thing is I do believe the instruct model is special.
Yeah, it kind of feels special.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to run it
I.
at the moment. Maybe that's why the output is kind of crap.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay in terms of output. Torch Quant. That's interesting. Torch Split to do multi-GPU. Torch Stream, which is amazing. Man, these guys, you know what they're doing.
Let me share what's going on at my side at the moment. So this is that thing through NLC Pi using the vector engine. And as you can see, it's only using one CPU. Kind of sticks there. Interesting. Now that I've told it, like I've put the +I there, because you know, it always kind of ends with doing nothing at the before. So this part, the first part here, is kind of loading things, and it says, yeah, there's 100% remaining, and then outputs something. And yeah, in my run before that, it was kind of quicker. And you see that it is running this using the memory here, but I also expect it to be, you know, faster than that. I mean, I could. There's also a TensorFlow version, so I could get the TensorFlow for the vector engine, or even try to use Veda TensorFlow. Do you know whether that works?
I don't think they finished the Veda stuff.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
But do they, like the SX Aurora repository doesn't seem to have any other TensorFlow?
SX Aurora Dev, I think.
Okay. come on. Why did it take so long this time around? Feels like it's crashed. Let's give it another go while I look at that.
Yeah,
Do we have the TF events of... do we have the wheel already there on the server?
Yeah, it should be in the TF folder, but the thing is, I think it. So 250 is the one that supports Python 3.8.
Yeah.
So if you have 3.8 on the server, then that should run. You should be able to install it.
Yeah. Do we have it in like a user reachable place, or?
Maybe I'll put it there. So TF. What did I call it? Just find the file name. Okay, so we do have it in the research Albert thing. So copy Albert.
You could just download it from GitHub again.
Yeah, but it's in. I put it in 10, so you'll find it in
there. Was it a pip install for wheels? I always forget that.
Yeah, just pip install. Yeah.
And that will just
that last one.
use TensorFlow on its own.
Yes, it should.
So I could just tell it to use the TensorFlow backend, and that should work. Let me make this a little bit bigger so everyone can see what's going on. And so let's try to make it use TensorFlow on the vector engine and have a nice chat thing going. I also got the smaller... Oh, I downloaded the wrong file. Yeah, I also got the smaller model just to try things out there quicker if the instruct model is a bit kind of broken or something.
Yeah, it's not broken. I think there's you're supposed to use like +I or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried it, but I'm kind of anything that is NumPy based seem to return like a just end of string kind of thing. Okay, so we're going to get TF, I think, if that is what's there on the documentation. Yeah, it's just TF. I guess we tell it to not use the GPU, and it will then automatically pick up. So we're going to use that, and we'll see how that fares. Maybe we need to change the data types or fix them. Oh, TensorFlow is supposed to be already available. Like, why was it?
You might need to import TensorFlow first. Like import TensorFlow as TF to get things to initialize really early.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, it should have, like, if it's using the same import, or was it slightly different? Do I need to import it from a
No, you shouldn't
different
need to.
package name or anything?
Nope. Should just be able to
No?
just import it.
Okay, so source agnostic backends TensorFlow. Okay, it tries to import it and it fails. So that's why it asks me whether I want to install it.
No, try running it really quick in a console.
It's probably because something like that.
Yeah, just do Python and import it first, and then do like tf.I or something like that.
What? So yeah, Freeman, I'm trying to import the vector engine TensorFlow, but for whatever reason,
there's
it fails like that.
Yes, so that is a glib thing. So yes. I think you need to SCL enable a new tool set, then run Python inside of that.
Which one is it? 11.
11 is probably the best. Bash.
Bash, right. Okay.
Then run Python inside that, or source, yeah.
VE bin activate. VE node number. Let's see which one. One is empty. And still thinks that is not available.
Same out.
But
yeah, glib thing is enough.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
In particular, because I've installed like their TensorFlow.
So their TensorFlow is not made for CentOS 7. It's made for CentOS 8.
I see.
So I may.
But it used to work. I remember that. But maybe it wasn't that particular version.
I do not remember if I was running it inside of a Docker container that was in CentOS 8, or if I got some other thing going on.
But shouldn't did I enable it correctly, or maybe by going like with the
let me check.
The library path has everything in it.
Yes, but I don't think it has our thing.
Apparently it even has Python 3.10.
Yes. But where I think I made I built glibc for this reason. I don't remember where I put it. It's definitely not in user local, I don't think. Let's see, what was it complaining about? 2.28 or something?
Yeah. I think that should be available. But it's using the wrong libc.
Print. It would be 2.28.so, right? And search for that. The alternative is to use 3.6 and the earlier version. I have the feeling.
But yeah, maybe some things will not work then.
It's not the name to have it find it. What was it? Underscore GT.
Looks like dev2set11 actually does not have. Bad.
Why? Where did I put it? It's not in root. And zlib in my home. Python open SSL. Zlib. Do I have it in like home.local? No. And there's nothing in the history for LD library config, which is what we would have had to done. How did I get it running last time?
I mean, there is a pipe package for beta TensorFlow.
You can try it.
But then, like, that is like a device for the regular TensorFlow.
So there's one person who had success running patch elf set interpreter and then set rpath. But I don't remember doing that. Pretty sure I used LD library or LD library path for it. I could be wrong. And the other guys are essentially building the RPM from CentOS 8 stream and installing that. I don't remember doing that either. I think I did just run it inside of a Docker container. You know, like you can, we do have a image for it, right?
I'm not sure whether, like, how hard it would be to get it to run on, like, outside of the Kubernetes cluster. And then we'd have to reinstall everything once again.
Yeah,
can we do something better than that? It's funny how when I move the window around, it kind of
Yeah, it shakes.
shakes.
It's weird.
So
Actually, wait, so if I source this VM, import
Freeman asks whether we
10
know who needs yeah, who he needs to talk to get a Rocky 8 or 7 VE release.
There is a
That's
Rocky 8. The latest version that it supports is Rocky 8.6, and you can see the list of supported operating systems. It's listed in the manual. If you go to hpc.nec and go to the documentation, there is a link to it. Verified Linux kernel. So Rocky Linux 8.6 is the latest supported version of the driver, so you can install it.
He's asking for 8.7.
Oh, 8.7. Yeah, not 8.7 yet. It's always going to be a little bit behind, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, and it only works for this very specific patch of the kernel, which is also interesting. So I have this here, but in the VM, we don't have TensorFlow. So let's copy this VM. I don't think it's the other VM.
It could be that we had we used the 2.3 release for that, or that we used it on a server that like had a newer OS installed or something like that.
How did we do this before? Does it happen to be in the README? I don't think so. And TFB is 3.8. And to use it, you need to do that. Did we write on a... Did we ever have a CentOS 8 thing? I think we only did it through the...
I think Aurora 8 had like a CentOS 8 installation.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. That's true. And the other find showed it. Convert. Okay, so it's at VM. Yeah, same issue. 2.28 not found. Did we do this. Yeah, I think we didn't. Pretty sure we didn't. So we did it through the other system. And since we don't have any system running, well, I mean, so we do have a system running Rocky Linux, but I can't pass through the vector engine to it. So yeah, it doesn't work so well. So you can try Python 3.6.
Yeah, I tried to use Vida just now, but it forces a 2.9 version of TensorFlow, and apparently it fails with that.
Oh.
Because, yeah, array push apparently doesn't work that way. Apparently X is a list in this case. Like I have no idea what exactly it is meant to be doing here. I mean, we could just try and check it out. Stick backends.
TensorFlow. Yeah, Freeman's asking if anyone outside of NEC has built the kernel modules from open source. I don't know anyone who has, but they are there, right? Like the VE DRV mod exists, and there's a couple of scripts. I've never run them myself, and I do think these are kind of old, and I'm not sure if they're old because they haven't needed to update them. They just kind of compile it for the new version, or if they have like an internal version that they use. But you know, you can kind of see the stuff and the maps in here. So I feel like it should kind of run. An interesting thing is you can see their FPGA driver. So they have an FPGA version of the vector engine that they use for testing these things. And you can kind of see their FPGA implementation in here. But we don't, you know, there's, at least I don't know any way to get this thing. Although, you know, maybe that could be a thing. Although I imagine the FPGA that you would require to run a vector engine would be quite an expensive one, and it's probably not fast or anything like that. So, yeah. I don't know. It might be worth trying to compile this and see. The driver itself is just regular, you know, C. There's nothing vector engine specific or any NCC specific to it, as far as I know. Yeah, and then the other thing is the VPK mod and this VE PeerMem. These three things are what you need, I think, but the main one is this one. You probably get away with using these other ones, I think. But yeah, it's an interesting question.
Yeah, I've like an interesting thing with this, with the way that this RWKV stick library works, is that you know how some of the things are kind of really small and others are bigger.
Mhm.
Like you can override individual things. So I think the TensorFlow that we have, like the VIDA version, doesn't
Mhm.
support tensor arrays or something.
Ah,
And so I was like, okay, let's see what happens if I just, remove that. And then it falls back on expecting that things at least support the NumPy notation. So when it tries to do that, well, it now fails because apparently it doesn't support it that way either. I guess that's kind of interesting.
yeah. I'm really not sure if like the beta TensorFlow stuff was ever finished.
Yeah.
I think the best bet for getting it running would be to start up a little container that is based off CentOS 8 and doing it that way. We don't have Docker on that machine though.
Yeah. So let me, I guess, try the Python 3.6 version of that, and then reinstall everything again.
Yeah. Is there a way to run this Docker build in Kubernetes?
Yeah, we can run something in Kubernetes, but the issue isn't necessarily Kubernetes or not. It's like all the things around it. Because if we just run it in Kubernetes, then we have it like there, but we also need to mount stuff and kind of get everything going, which I always find a bit annoying. So Freeman is asking whether we have any thoughts on Podman versus Docker.
Yeah, I use Podman on my Mac.
Yeah, I mean, Docker kind of has jumped the shark in the way that the company behind it is behaving. For building things on the server, I'm usually using Builder because that can run without a daemon and then push stuff to a registry, and then I can use them, like those images, in Kubernetes directly. Yeah, but I don't necessarily like. It's not something that I particularly care too much about. Like Podman is more or less the default, and I don't really deviate too much from it. If it's going to be something else that becomes the default, I don't necessarily care about it too much. It's just like it's infrastructure stuff. It's supposed to be as boring as it gets.
Yeah. The whole Docker thing is just ridiculous. Like the amount of stupidity in the in the Docker company is ridiculous. And the strange thing is that like all it is just like a thin wrapper over LXC after all. And yeah, they're just so stupid in terms of like being a company, you know, like there are many other companies that are making money on stuff, and few open source projects are like barely even half or a quarter of the success of Docker. But they are able to make it work. And, you know, like it's obvious that Docker Inc. is completely unable to make it work and have no idea how to do it. So weird. But in terms of like Podman versus Docker, I use Podman because I don't trust Docker, the company. not to completely screw me over, and they have not done anything recently that tells me I'm overreacting. It's quite the opposite. So yeah, if I can, I don't really use Docker all that much, right? Because I'm always using like a Kubernetes or something like that without Docker behind it. I don't use. There's a lot of people who use like container software. I forget what it's called to run apps.
There's the thing in the HPC world, Singularity.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Singularity. I'm talking about there's something called Containerize or something like that, which is like a GUI to Docker that is really popular in the Proxmox side, like people. Okay. And I guess in terms of the UI, it's nice, but yeah, I don't really want to use Docker essentially. So I avoid it if I can, and just use VMs because, like in the end, right? Like I've found that whenever there's an issue and we're running on Docker, everything's just more complicated than it should be, right? Like as if we were just running a regular Linux virtual machine to run the thing, we would have less problems in every situation. And yeah, that's it's kind of annoying.
So just to come back to what I'm doing, yeah, Python 3.6 isn't going to work.
It's too old.
Because the RWKV stake, Rockoff stake, whatever. The base, like it has dependencies that don't work with that. So I guess our result is that it technically works with the NLCPy thing.
But too slow.
Kinda. I mean, it appears to be faster than the. Let me set that up just in case. And use the other model just in case. So it appears to be faster than on the CPU.
The one thing I kind of wonder is if you use 64, how does it compare?
Really? Okay. Let's. Okay, so apparently it couldn't download that file, so we're going to download this one. Because like the original thing is in a bit of a weird initial state. And maybe that is why it was kind of slow-ish. Why does it try to run there? Oh, yeah, because I didn't tell it to run anywhere else. VE node 1. Oh, is node number 1 the one with the NUMA setup? Did we ever undo that?
Let's find out. ACV bin the command topo tree. I think it is undone. Info. Could be wrong. 8 cores, so I don't think it's 1, if anything. And actually, I'm going to look up the documentation on the NUMA stuff. That's the NUMA user guide. NUMA mode. Okay, so we can check the NUMA mode with set partitioning mode on. Then if we do VE NUMA info, it's VE node 2 that is partitioned into NUMA mode.
Okay, so we should be fine with 1 then.
Yeah, let me turn that off. It's VE bin VE command N2 reconfig set partitioning mode off. Set off. VE2 is now going down. And then T, and then reset car. Yeah, so I have NEC kind of looking into the Proxmox support for me. I do think I have heard that they've done experiments with PCI pass-through in virtual machines, but I have the feeling they were using vSphere. And since I'm using QEMU and KVM, I might be in uncharted territory there. So they're currently figuring it out for me to see what is the problem. And I hope they get back to me on that, because that would be kind of cool to be able to use this inside a virtual machine. It would make things much easier, like many things much easier. Okay, so now that it's reset, we can do VE state get is online. And if we do NUMA info, everything is now at 48 gigabytes. Okay, so that is now undone. So you don't have to worry about that now.
Okay, cool. So let's see, because if I remember correctly, Node 1 is the older version.
So, let me check.
It's using it. It's supposed to be using it, but the CPU is actually at 0. That's interesting. Oh, because it was... Wait, was it just waiting on something? Okay, let's redo it, because for some reason it is loading TensorFlow at the end. So we can see the memory rising to 28%. CPU sticks to 0. Stays on 0 for whatever. And for whatever reason.
About the H top.
and then it's done. That looks weird. Let's...
want to try with my prompt? Because I know it does
sure.
print out something.
Let's try that. Share the prompt with me, and I'll copy and paste it. And then I'll try to see whether it really needs... Let's just... Yeah, make the connection of the server is a little bit laggy because I'm in the background downloading a different instruct model. Okay, so we have our NumPy, which is an CPy here, and our prompt is going to be that. Okay, let's run that. I think this first part is just loading the model and converting it to the data types that we asked it to be. And again, it sits at 0, but has a loaded model in there. Oh, this is done, so I can get an htop in. This sits at 100%, which makes sense. Oh no, it did something more. It appears like something is severely bottlenecking it. Okay. I just there we have a 0.1% usage.
Utilization.
Why would that be?
Yeah, sometimes I do wish you could like more easily see like if it's doing data transfers or things like that. Oh, Freeman asks, would we be interested in open source userland driver? Totally. Like,
yeah, being able, not being bound by their official drivers and supported things would be great.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it can be done in userland. There probably need to be like a kind of shim. Well, I mean, there's so many things you can do in userland now. I'm not sure you really need kernel level stuff, but I think the VE is quite sensitive to timing and things like that. It's running without an OS, and the memory kind of mapping side of things is going to be, I mean, you have to have physical addresses when dealing with it. You don't need to care about that when you're using it through the VEOS driver. But something needs to do that. And not 100% sure you can do that all in userland. But I don't think the VE driver is limited because of anything technical. It's probably the way it is because of the, that's the way they did it when they implemented it back in 2017. So it's just stuck that way. I think it's a legacy thing more than anything else.
It appears to go up a little
Yeah, I
bit?
don't. Weird. Yeah, so the user space, I'm not sure what parts of the user space are proprietary. Um, but, if there's interest, we can try and course NEC to open source that given the current status. And yeah, I think there's definitely some blobs for the OS, like I think the CPU needs to be bootstrapped, and that BIOS is what's the blob. So I do think it does load that every time it starts. One thing I would like to kind of see is, the VE used to, in the previous version before they did the PCI card, it was running on the motherboard, right? Like it was the CPU of the computer. I wouldn't mind having just being able to SSH into those machines, right? Like having them running Linux or not Linux, they'd be running, I think they were running some sort of Unix. So just having them running Unix, and then I could RSH or SSH into them through a virtual driver. I think that would be perfectly fine too. I mean, yeah, it's like not as if you think of how like Vita is, and it's like very GPU like. I can see why they did it the way they did, because that is definitely the way you'd want to go if you're trying to like port GPU code and stuff like that. But just having something that's like more standard, where you don't need anything special, like you don't need a special VEOS on the host, and running applications on it is like just calling RSH or something like that. Probably doesn't work for everything, but I can totally see that working, and maybe even better. Like just having like every time you want to use the vector engine, you have to make a server, and it has to be a RPC kind of thing. Could totally work for any AI use case, I think. Oh yeah, and there's the overclocking, underclocking card. That's a good point, because like in reality, the only difference between some of the SKUs are just the clock, and I kind of wonder how much you could squeeze, because the clock that they set it to, they set it based off of this benchmark that they have, and that benchmark really heats up that card. Like it's using it hardcore, and the card will almost instantly go to ADC if you let it. And I've never got it that full tilt doing AI stuff. Like never. So I feel like we could run it a little bit higher clocks, if we don't push it all the way, right? And since it's so rare to push it fully, I'd really like to experiment with that. But I also feel like it'll probably break stuff quite easily. Oh, and that's true. There
Interesting.
is an ARM controller in there. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just like, that looks better. So
Yeah, that's pretty
you
fast.
remember how the how the Fortran version of GPT-2 was surprisingly fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we were saying, well, maybe it's just, the trick to using the vector engine is to use Fortran.
Mm-hmm.
I configured it to set up, to use a Fortran ordering for all the arrays. And this initial thing, as you can see, was 10 times slower.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of 200 iterations per second, it was at like 20 iterations per second. But in here, I couldn't even wait for it to finish this last step. In here, I mean, it is stupid, but it actually finishes.
It's very interesting.
So now that I've just also downloaded this model, let's see how it works. But we do have this thing running on the vector engine, and it appears to be okay-ish, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely faster than my laptop. Actually, let me run this with time, just so that we see what it takes to run.
I'm going to add that too. So now we're running the model with 7 billion parameters. It's it was trained like 2 days ago. It is the Instruct GPT one, and as you can see, it is taking some time to load. The memory is being filled up. Not even the 20 iterations per second, so I guess that is turning everything from C order to F order. So that does take a while, and obviously everything is bigger. So on the CPU, I guess we would be waiting a very long time for this to even run.
Yeah.
But the loading would be quicker. So now we are at 30% memory usage, so around 16 gigabytes. 17. I hope it will succeed loading and then actually run successfully. Because with that we are kind of in a region that isn't just loadable with a regular GPU. The tension, the suspense.
Yeah.
Will it work? We're sitting at 54% memory usage, 56, so 28 gigs.
I really want to find the proper way to use this Instruct model. I think you have to do like +I or something like that, because using this, like when I ran it just now, it said like, please specify your favorite color, and then the response is, how would you like to respond? It's kind of weird.
I mean, it is running, so it takes a way longer time to run than it takes to load than it takes to run. But the result's end of text.
Oh, darn.
Okay.
Let's. How about we try the? Okay, so there's the demo, right? So let's try a prompt from the demo.
What is the Python input method again? How is it meant to be used? Just input with prompt. Like that. Then remove that. 100 is... I guess 100 tokens is fine.
Yeah. Or actually, when making a chatbot, it's kind of like it works better if you only take the first, like up to the first user again, and then just ignore the rest of whatever it says.
Yeah, I'm going to do it that way for pure laziness and stream time, I guess.
Yeah.
Guess it's going to take quite a while to load. I guess we could also do some kind of pre-processing, because like we can see it here, it took almost 2 minutes to load the model, and then like seconds to finish doing things, like 40 seconds or so at most.
There's a C# version of this model. It seems to be using
there are
Onyx.
Like many different versions of it by now.
We should maybe contribute the Java version of it. Now, whether or not we use DL4J could be a thing, because I think the C# one is like using the Onyx version and just running it with Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, then we can just import it with DL4J and run it that way. Or we could use Adam's new ops parser thing that traces the execution and produces a same diff graph from it that you can then
we could probably train that. Yeah.
We could train that. So again,
I love how like out in the open the RWKV model is, like,
yeah,
it's not like an academic thing that's hidden until but anyway, do plus I, lowercase I think, and then space, and then some instruction. But then I don't know what the non plus I thing is.
Let's see. %, remaining. It was quicker the last time around. Yeah, 63%, 31 gigabytes is that model when loaded.
That's quite the idle CPU though.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, because in the previous runs it just jumped to the next thing. I mean, it also just went to end of text directly, so maybe it was
something else. Yeah,
something else. Because yeah, the CPU is still very idle. Note number 2. I mean, this thing claims 100%. We get some additional information. Oh, interesting. It doesn't go to the 75, 50, 25. Cool.
That's nice.
I mean, it produced another
Actually,
response.
yeah, actually, one thing you could try is have it output only like 5 tokens or something. And then if you put the empty string, instead of loading context, you just keep going. Another 5 tokens.
Like forward.
Yeah, you just keep forwarding it.
But I don't want to reload the model again.
No.
Let's just give it a good question. Like, what could we ask it? Something useful.
Write a Python function to...
All right. Let's pick one of its examples.
Yeah. I was looking for that, but I can't find the tab.
Just open new tab. Because, I mean, it claims that the model came, like, that is one of the models. So, yeah, let's try tell me about ravens. Then we try it with the I2. I mean, for
I see. Okay,
kind of,
we need to probably generate the proper response. So the generate prompt function that they're using. So that plus I thing is something that they have in their Discord thing. So it's not that. So to get the same instructions, you have to say below is an instruction that describes a task paired with the input that provides further context. Write a response accordingly completes the request. Instruction : instruction, then input, then response.
Oh, okay. I mean, it does work surprisingly well now with tell me about ravens.
Mm-hmm.
Let's use Freeman's question. How many legs do 6 ducks have?
Yeah, numbers. How long is it taking to generate?
I think a bit too long for my liking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number of legs a 6-leg duck has is 6.
Yes.
Any legs do 6. Let's see whether the think step-by-step thing does anything for it.
Maybe, maybe not. But I would like to see it do Python.
Interesting. So on yeah, they are running with custom CUDA kernels and everything.
What is?
Yeah, I was wondering just how quick it runs on how quick it runs on the Hugging Face website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
like the custom CUDA kernels and everything.
Yeah, there's a JIT thing where it will compile some kind of CUDA code to run it, and likewise, if we did the same thing, we'd probably have a much faster response.
Interesting. So again, we have 2 responses. One's incomplete. If you had 6 legs, what would you do with them? Imagine you had 6 legs. How would you use them? Think about what you would do with them and how... Fun. How much longer is this stream going to be?
About 3 minutes.
Because we are yeah, we're kind of sitting at close to the 4-hour mark.
Yeah. Let's end it with a simple Python task, because I kind of want to see if it's able to do that. Because that for me, like that's the main thing. If we can write code or not, is where that's what separates the men from the boys. If men and boys were large language models.
I mean, given what we have so far done to this thing, I'm both surprised that it runs at all, and that even though like we see that it seems to be kind of slow, right?
Yeah.
We could have it like we could probably set it up in a way where it's producing things like token by token. The stream is about 6 miles long. Well, that's how long that is. I'm going to prompt it. So let's give it the full instruction, right? The one that we're going to lift from the thing. That completes the request. And instruction is going to be write a Python function. I think I have to keep it all in one line.
Possibly. I don't think it really matters in terms of the...
Yeah, it's because of the... Oh, come on. Why does it not let me paste into that one? Okay. I'm going to paste it here. One. Copy. Paste. Okay. For some reason, it didn't let me copy when the dialogue's open.
Means we need
Other
a
interesting things. So why does it go from 100% remaining to 50% remaining in here and not in here?
That is a really good question.
Is that like relative to the prompt length or something like that?
Either the prompt length or...
Because here we have a very short prompt, here we have a longer prompt.
Maybe it is actually talking about the remaining until it's done with the input prompt. Oh, now it's running 100% CPU. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
what about
in top it shows 100%.
You go to thread mode with H?
Here it shows 1.5% in PSAUX.
I wonder why.
So, yeah.
Very, very curious.
Okay, so what do we have here?
I search on Wikipedia, return page equals request get title.
Yeah, gives input.
No, doesn't work, but that is Python.
Yeah, Python-ish enough, I guess. And we know that going from how big was that model?
7 to 14. 5 to 10 gigabytes?
Yeah, so
14.
That was, I think, at 14 gigabytes of memory usage. And that is at 30 gigabytes of memory usage. So I guess going up, like it scales interestingly.
Yeah.
So we
Double.
may be able to. No, we won't be able to load the 30 gigabyte model, I think.
Yeah.
Not without putting it like across several vector engines or something.
Which is a thing that's possible. So we might try that later. But anyway, so we're at 2 a.m. I think we were successful at the thing that we said we weren't going to do this stream, which was to get the RWVK model or KV model running on a vector engine. But it's nice that we have this running on vector engine. We can now make our own chat RKV, RWKV. Doesn't roll off the tongue like ChatGPT, I think.
Yeah.
Be very slow, but maybe it's super cheap or something like that.
We should call it Rackoff. Like
Rackoff. Sounds like Jackoff.
Kind of. We could ask it to come up with a better name for itself.
Yeah, maybe. It might have a name that it likes. So my AirPods are about to die. It seems like a good time to close the stream.
Yeah,
and
I was hoping to get an output for it to write us an outro for the Twitch stream.
Now I'm curious. What would take? I wonder if my AirPods will last longer than that. I don't think so. They last for about like 4 hours. So once we're at the 4 hour mark, they're
I think done. Like it should be 1 more minute or so. I'm a Twitch streamer. I love to stream.
I love to stream. Yes.
Well,
relax and be fun. Yeah, I guess.
I guess we had some fun today. We failed in some cases. We made other things work. We had fun. So I think we'll do the same-ish thing again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Yes, exactly. Okay, well, I think that's it. So we're going to sign off now, and I'll see everyone next week.
Yeah. Goodbye, everyone.